my abrupt departure. I apologize once again. It returned. Driving the car over. They're adamant that alternator is fine. She says the fact that it's pumping out 18 volts is no problem. I'm like, well, she's full of shit. I guess what it's going to take is the dashboard to catch on fire before somebody will agree. But as opposed to losing my temper, I just said, look, I'm out. I've done all I can do. I've used up all my knowledge on it. So they're working on a few little things that they seem to think that might play a role in all this. Yeah, I apologize for the multiple interruptions, but I'm trying to help my son overcome an issue with his car so he can continue to drive his own vehicle to his college classes, as opposed to taking the only family vehicle we have here for the grocery getters. I've worked on the list of machines that I have labored over is incredibly long and varied. Everything from the most exotic $50 to $100 million airplanes to a fucking $10 yard sale lawnmower. I'm not going to say I'm the best mechanic in the world, but I make the fucking top 10 list. And at some point I run out of patience, especially with parts girls and all that. I know what I can do. I can literally go over there right now and buy that brand new alternator for another $400 and install it, and I think I stand about a 90% chance of everything being fine. But if I'm wrong, then I get stuck with two alternators, and I literally throw $400 away. It's one of those weird quirks of fate where I'm painted into a position where to prove that I'm right, I have to gamble money, and I'm tired of that. I'm done with it. So I'm like, let somebody else more skilled than I am in this particular discipline, automotive electrical, let them have at it. GrayLeaf says, Pirate, I lost power at home. The stream shut down. Oh, okay. Well, did you get it up and running again, GrayLeaf? It appears to be running here for me. When I click back on it, it's fine. Yeah, GrayLeaf says, what a crazy couple of days. It's a source of a lot of my woes, GrayLeaf. It's never ending. There's through some weird quirk of fate, I think a lot of times I bring it on myself. So it's probably a failure of my personality. All of these troubles come to roost for me. And it's at times I ain't gonna lie to you, it gets a little overwhelming. That's why I find myself increasingly reaching for the gummies. For most of my adult life, I was a drunk. I've shared it many times with everybody. I told everybody I was a working alcoholic. 12 beers a day was my minimum. 18 was my fun time. Every single day, 7 days a week. For, I don't know, since the time I was probably 18 years old. Now, I didn't drink 18 at 18 years old. I built that tolerance up. But I pounded beers from the time I was 17 until the time I was 55. Couldn't drink enough. And the way it was explained to me at the Veterans Administration offices, I was what they call self-medicating. It was a way for me to deal with anxieties or the overwhelming sense that there's too much to be done and not enough time. All the things that would cause a man to chew his fingernails down till they bleed. I found that if I got good and drunk, I didn't do those things any longer. Well, once I gave up the alcohol, that thing, I was plagued with those same sort of feelings. And magically, now the VA, they want you to use about 3 different bottles of pills, and I could speak at length on that too. Did that, been there, did that, didn't like it. Did it twice actually, 2 different times, like 10 years apart. Was once again told, yeah, you just were doing it wrong. So I told them to go fuck themselves with all that too. So I'm all about marijuana. I'm a big cheerleader now for nature's goodness. Good old-fashioned green, smoke it or eat the gummies and it goes a long ways towards taking all the bullshit out of some of the stuff. To be fair, GrayLeaf, my life is somewhat complicated by the fact that I've refrained. I've never been a wage slave. Well, I haven't been a wage slave in many, many years, but as a consequence, if I have real estate and and I manage my own, so there's no escaping it. I mean, unless you are independently wealthy and you can live in a cave somewhere in the hillsides of Kentucky and go to town twice a year for food staples, I guess there's really no way to evade the anxieties that can be produced through normal day-to-day life. In some ways, my life is I'm very blessed by how I'm able to live, but in other aspects, it can create more issues than the average person would have to deal with. Dynamite says he does all that. He takes his prescribed psych meds and the green. Oh, good for you. Yeah, Jay Brown, it was what works for me. No more hangovers, no more, gallon and a half of beer slushing around in my gut, giving me acid indigestion and all that. Yeah, GrayLeaf. Overall, I consider myself to be a very happy man. I'm very pleased with I couldn't be more. That's why I boast and brag so much. I think I'm a legend in my own time. A lot of the emotional, what would you call it, peaks and valleys come from things like my government's, malfeasance or things of that nature. But personally, I couldn't be happier with what I've done with my life. It's the outside world that troubles me the most. Ryan said Yucca drinks Bud Light, so you got that. GrayLeaf sharing a little bit, says that she too is an alcoholic, hasn't had a drink in over 20 years, maybe closer to 30. Good for you, GrayLeaf. That she'll drop a gummy from time to time. Yeah. That was one of the things I discovered about the gummies, GrayLeaf, was that, for instance, I can put the gummies down. Like I went like 10 days without even touching a gummy. And for the first 3 to 4 days, I didn't even miss them. So apparently there's a lingering effect with the chemical THC. I would only assume for me the way it's worked, where alcohol is immediate. Once the effect of alcohol are no longer interacting with my brain, then I automatically go back to whatever it was that was ailing me. Whereas if I use the gummies, it would seem that even after I take one today, if that's the last one, like for instance, if I run out, it may be 2 days or so before I start to feel anxious again or nervy or become testy or grumpy, if you will. So yeah. I can't help but notice that, well, I can hear the rumble of that exhaust. So if you guys will excuse me, I'm going to go outside and see what their recent experiment has revealed. I'll be right back.
Run faster than big blast in them. Sharper than run faster than
Back, ladies and gentlemen. The saga continues.
blast in them.
In order to placate everyone and alleviate their fears that all these little minute things they believe were the culprit. Corrosion on battery and terminal cables, loose wires, bad fuses. I had to play along. Disconnected the boom boom stereo from the trunk, but it wouldn't go dead from the parasitic draw. We took that off, and it's still doing the same thing. Nothing has changed. So I made a command decision, sent them back to the store. They're going to buy the $400 alternator, the brand new one, the motherfucker that I insisted on day one. I'm finally going to have my way. I'm going to get a brand new alternator to install on this. And I'm going to put it in there, and I'm willing, and they're not going to take it back. So either way, now I own two fucking alternators at $400 a piece. But I'm willing to pay the $400 to find out whether I am right and that this is an alternator issue or if it's wrong. I will fully take responsibility and admit I was wrong. Brian says it takes courage of a pirate to do things. I don't believe that, Brian. We just try to be a frugal family, try to instill values on my family that you don't just throw money at everything, that you make every effort you can to fix it if you can. And that if you encounter some challenges along the way, you don't just immediately surrender. But I will tell you, I have also told them there's a point to where you go, that's it. I've done all I can do. A man needs to also know his limitations. I did my best. Now it's time to throw money at it. Find somebody else because there's always somebody with a bigger dick. I don't care how big your pecker is. I promise you, there's somebody nearby who's bigger, better, faster, more. And that guy deserves to be paid. So take the car to him, tell him to fix it and tell you what it's owed. And we're rapidly approaching that. I'm going to spend $400 here because I need to know. I need to know myself. Was I right or wrong? And if we take this to Firestone, you're never going to know, because those lying pricks, they're never going to tell you the truth. Curiosity gets the best of me. I have to go back now and read whatever it was that I missed in live chat while I was underneath that hood of that car for what would seem to be the 7th time in the last 2 days. Brian Carpenter made a comment saying airplane pilots also drink a lot. Yeah. Well, it's not just airplane pilots, Brian. It's everybody. America drinks a lot. Well, not just America, the world, the entire planet Earth loves alcohol. Going back to ancient times, whether it's mead or fermented beer or Catholic monks, Benedictine monks who made beer because they didn't realize why, but the water would make them sick and the beer wouldn't. But yeah, alcohol is very popular throughout the world. What else did I miss? Oh, Mike says he found weed about 14 years ago and never really looked back. I stopped for periods due to work demands, but Mary Jane is definitely my side chick. Hear, hear. I applaud you, my friend.
Suspect is the
Ryan Carpenter said his solution is a mechanic. I like someone else to do the work. Well, that's I think that's universal, Brian. Doesn't everybody want that? But it's rare to find a really good mechanic who works for free. But if you got fuck you money and you can just say, I'm reading that, oh, he says he's my best friend. Well, if that's the case, then then you're fortunate. It would be like, I guess that would be like if your best friend's a dentist. But see, I'd have a hard time going in and sitting in my best friend's dentist chair and getting dental work done and just saying, thanks for hooking me up, bro. It just seems, I don't know, it's against my grain. And I would have a hard time asking my neighbor to fix my shit because he's a mechanic and not pay. So we're back again to, I would rather fix my own stuff than pay somebody else to do it. But hey, I get it. No worries, GrayLeaf. It happens. We're all at the mercy of the internet Wi-Fi connectivity, some fashion or another. Jesse, this is one of those things where I will win the battle but lose the war. Put this new alternator on there. I'm going to prove that I was right all along, but I'm still stuck with paying for 2 alternators. That's what I told my friends on Discord. I said, there was a time in my life when I would drive by that store at 3 in the morning and launch that motherfucker through the front window. But I'm no longer that man. I gave that up many years ago, but
We saw the situation with federal customs support. You you'll never buy a fucking part for the rest of your life to go around with a water card because they steamed your phone about. You tell them that whole story about we put all that into.
and they got AMC locked down at 3, don't they? Because that's where it works, man. That's where they had to adjust it for all the options. All those puts and call contracts must have got a little out of whack. They've had max pain at 350. Somebody said earlier the max pain is going to remain at 350, but for today and today only, it got moved to 3 because that's where they lose the least amount of money. So they're going to make damn sure that that's where it closes at $3, and then magically it'll go back the rest of this week to 350 because that's where the options will do the least amount of harm to them. Been said 1,000 times. I've never seen such crooked shit in my entire life. And I can't wait to get the fuck away from all of this. I could have had my head examined for ever fucking around with this stock market. I knew better, and I set aside my long-held beliefs for greed and pursuit of big, fast money. And I should have known better. Here we are, though. The power hour is upon us. 2 minutes after 2 in the Florida Panhandle. For something like that, Jesse, I would be tempted to avoid Firestone, and I would really lean towards taking it to a Ford dealer, where they got a guy there that's been to Ford schools. He's been educated specifically on Ford cars and pay up for it. But then again, I'm telling you, the Toyota where we took your Solera in, Jesse, they impressed me. That was one of the most pleasant experiences I ever had with how they handled that whole dashboard issue and all that. Toyota and their ability, how they treat us and their repair department, service department, made me want to buy Toyota products.
Why? Jupiter and Monster, they're sister companies. They're all under the same factory. They're good fucking cars.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Dale, baby.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ha ha. Jerry Russell man, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Pull the leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you've got no game. When Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry?
Welcome back, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, 2:30, and I have some wonderful news for you all. I was vindicated. They came back with a brand new one. I just installed it. That thing runs like it's brand new now. No caution lights, no battery lights, nothing. So I got a big hug from the family. Told the wife she can go back over there and be the biggest cunt she wants to be to those people. They did when she went back and said, my husband's demanding to buy the new one. He says he's right and you guys are wrong. I guess when she put it to him like that, they backed up. They said, listen, you can put this new one on, but don't get it greasy or dirty. So if you find out that this new one doesn't fix it, we'll take the new one back, but don't get it dirty. So apparently when she showed a willingness to pay another $400 to prove her man's point, they saw the light. I guess what they did the calculation and said, if this fucking guy takes this new one home as home and right, we look like assholes, which they do anyhow. But I kind of feel like Michael Burry in the movie The Big Short. when he said, he told everybody, you're wrong and I'm right. And it just drives me nuts. I mean, my wife's in tears. I had my son yesterday all jacked up. They got me pissed off for 4 fucking days. And if people would just let me have my way, at least my life would be better. But I can't tell you folks, my initial reaction, in case you're curious, in true dramatic pirate fashion, I threw the ratchet. When he started the car and everything worked, I was holding a ratchet in my hand. I threw it into the garage, into a wheelbarrow, raised my arms up in victory, a la Rocky, when Rocky's running up the top of the steps, and I demanded, kneel before the God of all things mechanical. I think that was the exact line. Kneel before the God of all machines. And of course, they laughed and clapped. And I was anxiety ridden because my reputation was on the line. I got 2 20-year-old boys who are at the age where they think they know everything and their old man doesn't know shit. And I got a wife that thinks that the internet knows more than I do, and that's tough for me to compete with. So I love it when I can use a real life situation and jam it up everybody's ass that I am the king of Camelot for a reason. There's a reason why I wear the crown around this bitch. Yeah, GrayLeaf, kneel. Kneel before the king of all things mechanical. Can't wait to share the news tomorrow. A lot of our friends come and go. We got people like Daniel Monson and some of the other guys in here who are hardcore lifelong mechanics. I can't wait to give a tip of hat to those guys who joined me and also bolstered my conviction that it was indeed the internal voltage regulator. And that all that foolishness about the more you rev the car, the more electric it makes, all of that shit, again, from what, a 23-year-old chain-smoking girl at fucking O'Reilly's Auto Parts. It's a good day. Your friend Pirate's having a good afternoon. What's up, Captain?
So you're saying you've got something against chain-smoking girls at Riley Auto Parts?
Well, not if their description ends there, but if a better part of their bio is that they think because they got hired on and learned how to do a few mouse clicks on that computer, that they know more than a guy who's been turning wrenches for 50 years on everything from a lawnmower to multi-million-dollar aircraft. And I'm not, here's what kills me. I tell them, my wife and kids, I wasn't the fucking dude who held the flashlight. I wasn't the guy who ran and got coffee and drinks. I was the lead man. I was the guy that they came to when they go, hey, we can't fix this shit. We can't figure it out. They said, go get Pearson. Go get Ronnie. I was that dude. So it's personal for me. My son says, why do you get so jacked up? I said, A, I get pissed when people don't value my opinion. And B, I hate it when I know I'm right and I can't get you to see it.
In between flights, I was watching the NVIDIA up and down. They couldn't let that thing sit below 110. I don't know how they did it. Basically got it back to where the opening was almost.
You've been gone a lot, JJ. You probably missed a bigger part of this, but this all started when I sent my wife to the parts store to get a alternator for my son's car. And when given a choice between remanufactured and new, I said new. She took umbrage with that because it was a little bit more money. I'm like, why did you ask me in the first fucking place then? So we started off right off the bat. You know, I'm like, you fucking come to me, you ask me which one, I tell you, and then what, you want to have a debate like it's a fucking, we're on the floor of the Senate? I'm like, do what you want then. You ask me. So that's what started off. This thing started negatively right off the bat.
I've even got my headset in, and somehow it's I'm on the escalator down in the airport.
Mexican chatter. Oh, okay. At any rate, it started off from there. They went to buy the part. My wife declared that she told them to send me new, but they gave her a reman. She said she didn't know it was remanufactured. I said it's written right on the fucking box. We installed it. I said, well, fuck it. I'll put the reman in. We put it on the car. It doesn't work. The car still got lights, still throwing codes. And I say the internal voltage regulator on this is still bad. And then the argument, everybody said in that I was wrong. It's a new part. I said, in my life, I can't tell you how many times I've taken shit right out of the box, brand new, that was garbage on day one. It just happens. Then I got ganged up on, Captain. The girl at the fucking auto parts store had enlisted my wife. My wife, for a brief moment, sided with her against me. And then in the end, I said, when we went back and they bench tested it, Captain, and they said, yeah, it's fine. I said, I don't give a fuck what your piece of shit bench test says. I'm telling that under a load on the highway, this thing, it's C&D. You can't duplicate this in Pep Boys, but I can take. So then they were like, I'm like, well, give me the new one. And they're like, well, we won't take the old one back now. You've already put it on the car. I'm like, you're shitting me. They're like, yep, we tested it. It's good. You can't return that. So today I got so pissed off. You'll be proud of me, Captain. I told them, fuck you. I don't care. Here's another $400. Give me that brand new one. And that changed the whole fucking room. See, they didn't think I'd do that. And I brought my family brought the brand new one home, and I put it in there, and it's goddamn perfect. And everybody now has to eat a shit sandwich while I sit and smile. Fuck, man. I told my son, it's like one of those battles, Captain. It's like one of those battles where you win the battle, but you still lose the war. Because I had to put that motherfucker on and take it off no fewer than 6 times in 2 days. You know. You got it, GrayLeaf. She said, you won, Pirate. Let it go. I was talking to JJ. I had forgotten that we were live here. I'm a gummy deep. But I can definitely be silent, GrayLeaf. You got it. GrayLeaf, dangerously close to making the mistake that some of the other lady folks have made on here, and that's giving me directives on what to talk about and how. You should know, GrayLeaf, there's no faster way to offend me and to find out that I will refuse to participate if I get a whiff that that's what's going on. I'm actually in celebratory mode right now. Yeah, she says perfect ending minus the $400. No, they agreed. They backed up on that because I think they knew, GrayLeaf, that they would be caught. When I agreed to pay the $400, the additional $400, and you got to remember, I already paid it once. I said, yeah, I'll take 2, please. I like the first one. Give me another one for $400, but this time, give me the new part. When I did that, that was when they did told the thing with Miss Pirate. Oh, well, if he's wrong, just keep this one real clean, and we'll let you return the new one. I think they knew at that moment in time they were fucked. But yeah, I was fully prepared to pay for 2, but it ain't happening now. They're going to refund the money from that first piece of shit. But I'll let it go. You are correct. It's a boring content, and I'll see if I can't think of something more entertaining to share with the class.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Loud and clear, Captain. And
okay.
We don't have the back chatter any longer.
I had to come back out. Did you ever find the water leak? It was at Jesse's car that had the water leak?
Yeah. I got fucked by a mechanic on that. Sent it in, and they told me that it was the intake manifold. The intake manifold has it allows some antifreeze to pass through it from one part of the block to another. And it, because it was plastic, why Ford put a plastic intake manifold on a V8 is beyond me. And to be fair, it lasted 16 years. Because I asked my mechanic, I said, should we put like an aftermarket aluminum or hot rod on? I don't want to put plastic on. He's like, why? The first one lasted 16 years. I'm like, fair enough. So my mechanic put one on for like $1,200. And within 2 or 3 weeks, the car was leaking water again.
Oh, that sucks.
My wife got pissed off. She's convinced that the guy that I've used for mechanical work for 20 years, mind you, that he somehow or another fucked us on purpose. So she refuses to do business there, and I'm like, that's fine. It's my wife. I got to go with her. So she's a Firestone girl now. We got a Firestone store across the street from us. We go in there as opposed to having a 20-year relationship. This guy's known me for 20 weeks, and they are fucking me like a tied goat every time we go in there. I'll save you the rest of the story. So.
Yep. Know how that goes too. We've all been there. All right. I'm actually got to go up to BC and back. I haven't been able to hear you guys. Is there any validity to those summons that Citadel and Virtue and all those guys got about MMTLP?
I saw some postings on X and what have you, and they had some receipts. Some people showed the actual court document. So I believe there is a legal action that's underway, and I think as a part of that, they have asked for specific numbers to be disclosed by a number of people. But top of that list was your friend and mine, Citadel, and I believe that's all I know. That's the limit of what I know about it. I think, yes, to answer your question, yes, there's a lawsuit. And I believe and I don't think maybe it's not just limited to MMLTLP. I think it might be 2 or 3. But yeah. So,
my plan is that I will be pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
oh, that's funny. But Donkey Kong said Mrs. Pirate thought she was Marissa Tomei and my cousin Benny. Yeah. And listen, she's maybe not have it to that level, but she's definitely in that ballpark, Kong. I tell you, my wife knows more about construction than most guys who've been in the trades. Maybe say a guy just graduated high school and he's been working construction for 2 or 3 years. I promise you, my wife knows 3x what he does. And she never worked in the trades, but because of our involvement with real estate, it's there's no substitute for experience, my friend. All of the classwork doesn't add up to seat time flying an airplane. That's why a guy like you, our friend who's just with us, JJ, who's got countless thousands of hours in an airplane. That's not theoretical education. That's practical experience. If it can happen to you in an airplane, it's probably happened to him before. So who better knows how to react in that situation or what the aircraft will do? And it's the same thing about many things in life. But yeah, my wife is 58 years old. And I would argue that just because of her life experience, she probably knows more than 90% of the young people in various trades. Not limited to just construction, I might add. Could be anything from cattle farming to her train trade. What she went to school for was administrative assistant, which is a fast way of saying a secretary. So my wife was a secretary most of her young life. She can type as fast as you can talk with very few errors. If you can talk, maybe not me because I'm a chatterbox, but if the normal person speaks in a normal cadence, she can type that fast. So her skill set is well developed, but her life experiences are varied, even veterinarian things, all sorts of things. And I think that's something that's overlooked in today's culture. The young folks, again, I made a few jokes about it. The ones who think they have the answers to everything, they could benefit so much if they could only master the art of talking less and listening more. Check We Love says Trump is doing a digital assets conference live. Yep, sure is. I see that. What I've understood, though, is they're just going to say that the government's going to hold whatever it is that they seize as a function of court actions or whatever. But I think they've laid to rest the idea that the government's going to actually go out and buy these things. I would turn it up so you guys could all hear it. He's not even speaking right now. Somebody must be introducing him. But we've only got 10 minutes left till the closing bell. I don't want it to become a distraction for the last few minutes of Power Hour. Oh, I can take a deep breath. Sometimes you eat the bear, sometimes the bear eats you. Tonight we dine on bear, at least at Camelot.
White House Digital Asset Summit. United States Treasury, that's a big thing.
I know it's late in the day, GrayLeaf, but this might be a good opportunity for you to see if you can initiate a poll. Does the class think that Bitcoin will go up or down after this press conference? Because this is big. He's talking about Bitcoin. So the question is, people, if Bitcoin is 487,847 right now, is it going to go up from here? Down? Place your bet. Or make your declaration in live chat. If she can't get the poll going, sound off like you got a pair. Up or down? Well, I think that's the end of the press conference. At least they discontinued coverage on it. So I guess it's short and sweet. But despite what Vin would have you believe, since it began, Bitcoin is actually falling, not going up. Then that could be, momentary. And I did see a few head fakes to the upside, but it keeps going down. My question, though, just for the fun, was, I guess we should have put a time limit on this. Ultimately, do you think Trump's speech right now will make Bitcoin go bullish or bearish? And I guess, like I said, we didn't put a time frame on it. I don't know. Who cares, right? I think my point was made. I think when a president and a whole room full of people talk about it, it's going to have some kind of an effect. Yeah, that's what I said. It's 87,025, 86.9, 86.8. Yeah, falling like a stone. Vin, paging Vin. Where you at, dumbass? I started with my whole let's do a poll thing, and I didn't even weigh in. I didn't say whether it was going up or down, and you came up with that shit of it's already going up. Vin, where you at, Vin? $86.9, 86.8, 86.98, 87 back up. Okay, here we go. Yeah. That's old school there, bro. I'm with you, brother. Yep. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Youngins don't know nothing about that though, bro. That's old school shit there. That's original gangster work. Good to see you, by the way. Vin. Oh, Vin. Come out and play. Vinny boy. It's like, pirate, why are you picking on me? I can switch over to, there's another Bitcoin maxi in here. Who is it? Pizza? Funky Pizza guy? No, he may be a Bitcoiner. But Break Nation Sports. That's who it is. Break Nation Sports, where are you at, BNS? GrayLeaf says 2 minutes till the closing bell. Another week is in the record books. Amy trading at 3.055. GameStop is at 24.06. It's exactly how you go about it. Never take a position, Papa Mac. Somebody asks you a question, you got to learn how to answer and never answer at the same time. It's the politician's way. Rose said, I'm celebrating today. I finished paying for graduate school. Good for you, man. Congratulations. And let me also say, fuck you, because my son's first payment came in, $800 and change. The oldest one who graduated college, we got hit with his first, what do you call it? School loan, his college loan payment. So said it took 12 years. Congratulations, dude. That's something to be proud of. I respect that a great deal. That's the end of the day, folks. Yeah, that's a huge pay raise, Ro. When for 12 years you have made it a line item, I'm certain, in your family budget, your personal budget, with that money being spoken for on a regular basis for all those years. And now to know that that monkey is no longer on your back, That must be a wonderful feeling. I'm very happy for you. Papa Mac said, I thought Biden canceled school loans. Yeah, I wish. Look, I said it when that was going down, Papa Mac. If you remember me thundering away, because I mean that's some of the most repugnant shit I've ever heard. It flies in the face of everything I believe, as far as no handouts, no welfare, pay your own fucking way. So I'm sure you remember me going on and on and on about it, like I'm wont to do. But at the same time, I made it clear. I was like, yeah, I'm benefit from that shit. Go ahead and cancel my kids' student loans, because I'll take it. Perfect example of how I'm not a dumbass. Just because it's right or wrong is one thing, and that has a lot to do with why a lot of these politicians do the things they do. They know the difference between right and wrong, but how do you turn down, doing better for you and yours? Yep, Rose said $610 a month. That's a car payment, man, on a nice vehicle, or at least half of a car payment. But yeah, man, I get it. My son's at one of these dangerous points where he's graduated from college, so they insist that he starts paying on his college loans, but he hasn't acquired enough flying time to get approved for a transport pilot's license. So he's prevented from earning any money, even though he has the degree, but he has to start making the payments now. So, usually the scam on that shit is you don't have to start making the payments until you're working. Well, he's graduated, but he can't, he can work, he can fucking do DoorDash and shit, but he can't make any money with his degree, i.e. fly airplanes, until he goes through a few more boxes he needs to check off. So yeah, when they told me that the first payment was this month and it's $850, I about shit myself, but yeah, it is what it is. It says I would start buying more AMC, but I already feel like I was throwing money away. No reason to actually throw it away instead of buying crypto now. I understand, Ro, and I have no thoughts to share with you on the matter. My whole thing about AMC, I do have a thought to share. I'll retract my last statement, if I may. I have enough. I made no secret of the fact that I have over 6,000 shares. So for me to dollar cost average down, I would have to spend a fortune, and I don't break the rules. There was a certain amount of money I was willing to lose on AMC, and I passed that some time ago. So man's got to play by the rules. There's rules in life. I talk about it all the time. You ignore rules at your own peril. So I can't DCA down anymore. I'm already into this for more money than I really want it to be. So, but that I'll just hold. I don't need anymore. If AMC does what we all believe it will do, whether it's now or 10 fucking years from now, those 6,000 shares are going to yield an incredible amount of profit, despite a $26 cost average. But so I don't buy more, and I don't tell people, I don't lie about it, because I don't need any more. But does that mean if somebody's got 10 shares of this and they bought them at $50 a share? Well, there's some simple rules to this. If you're the guy who bought 10 shares at $50 a share, you should buy 100 shares right now for $3 a piece, and do yourself a favor. Knock your price average down to what I would argue is a number that you can sleep with at night. Because even if this thing doesn't squeeze, AMC's not a $3 company. And again, I'm 1.5 gummies deep right now, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But even if you don't subscribe to the oversold, AMC's going to squeeze, the shorts of naked short, none of that. just ask yourself as a normal person, do you think that AMC as a movie chain is a $3 stock? And that's all you get. You know, check into what the float is, even with the dilution and all that, and just ask yourself, is it a $3 stock? Is it a $13 company? Is it a $35 company or an $80 company? Which one of those numbers do you think would be most accurate based on history and Cinemark? Look at some of the other companies, industries. Try to figure out a number that you think it's worth. And I guess where I'm going with this is that she's worth more than $3. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I've been around. I know what I'm looking at. AMC is not a $3 company. So that tells you right there. If you can buy it at $3 and sell it at $6, you double your money. But if you buy it at $3 and it goes to $1, you got screwed. This is the world, man. That's why they said this is not Sesame Street. It's Wall Street. So everybody place your bets. Yeah, Rose says he agrees his AMC and GME bags are packed. Yeah, that's my thing. If I lose what I've lost now, Ro, if it's gone, I say what I've lost, what I'm down on paper. If I lose that, then that's fine. Okay, I made a decision. I acted on it, my information, and I was wrong. I lost my money. And then, you know, maybe the most I can hope for is that by the time my kids are my age, that maybe they at least get the principal back. Maybe, you know, they get made whole, or maybe the stock rises enough to where I can get, you know, half my money back. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I went into this with simple rules that not a penny more than I could lose. But I'm already there, so I can't buy anymore. Although then we would have a problem. So I feel with you completely when you say I can't buy anymore. But that's one of those things where I talk about all these influencers and YouTubers that no two people are exactly the same. So no piece of advice works for everybody. That was kind of the flawed concept with buy and hold. Buy and hold was really, to me, should have been more of a theoretical mantra or like a mission statement. But if anybody took it to be like I said, everybody's situation's different. Not everybody buys 100 shares at a time, or not everybody buys 1,000, and not everybody buys 2 times and then watches it. Some people, you know, dollar cost in every day, every payday, you know, if they buy 1 share at a time. So it would be ridiculous to try to give people advice or weigh in on whether someone should do more or less, because you need to know everything about their account, what their threshold for risk is, how much they could afford to lose, how much they've already have, what's your price, you know, now, all of those things. And of course, you know, when you start digging into all that, you're running perilously close to giving people, you know, financial advice. And I still don't think that's illegal or wrong. My wife disagrees, but she's always in mortal peril. She's in fear that somebody will sue us and try to take something that we have, and it's another matter. But my thing is, this is America. We have free speech. I can talk about anything I want. I can give medical advice. I can tell you everything I want about health and fitness and medical advice. You can't have me arrested for giving unlicensed medical advice. Now, if I open up a shop and advertise myself as a doctor and charge you money to come in and try to help you with your blood pressure, now that's a different story. I'm breaking laws there. But this concept that just talking to people or giving them advice is somehow or another running afoul of the law is ludicrous. Having said that, I still say err on the side of caution. You try not to give people financial advice. The best advice you could give them is to tell them to learn. Make your own decisions. Put your big boy pants on. Learn everything you can, read everything you can, and then decide for yourself, and then take ownership of the decision. But unfortunately, too many people, they want somebody to blame if it doesn't work out for them. There's a lot of that going around. Rose says he amassed a 6-figure share count pre-split. Cost basis is down to 32. I'm done for now. Yep, I get it. Yeah, I'm a little better than you on my cost basis, Ro. I got mine's at 26 or 26 and change. But 32 isn't, you know, that's not nosebleed. I mean, I know some people I think that have $200 and $300 cost shares on a few, and we don't have time to get into all that right now. But if you got it down to 32, that's not unreasonable for the world's biggest movie theater chain. I don't think that's what I would call a dangerous position to have. Roach says, in an unrigged market, buy and hold works. Eventually the corrupt game will have to reset and we can finally get our money out. Yep, exactly, Ro. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't help but cringe a little bit when they were introducing everybody at the Bitcoin conference or whatever the fuck Trump just called what he just had. They had, when he said the SEC and Hester Pierce, he didn't exactly say it with a flourish or you know, give her any sort of wink and a nod or nothing. He just kind of read her name off. I don't. Maybe I'm just whistling past the graveyard. But yeah, I was surprised that she was sitting at that meeting. I'm like, but I guess it makes sense. You know, if the government is going to put its premature or its blessing or acknowledge Bitcoin as being, you know, I don't know what they're going to call it, a commodity, or sooner or later somebody is going to have to at least define what it is. Because our laws, the laws that govern investing in the United States, demand, because certain things are treated a certain way. So if it's a commodity, then certain rules come to play. If it's an asset like gold or metal, then that's another thing. If it's a currency, so somebody sooner or later, it's one of those things where the government hasn't kept up with the technology. So I guess that's why she gets a seat at the table, because sooner or later, the Securities and Exchange Commission is gonna try, mind you, to have to make Bitcoin their bitch. Now I can hear all you Bitcoiners out there right now saying that's the whole point of Bitcoin. It's decentralized. It's on a blockchain. I'm like, yeah. I get all that shit. That still doesn't mean that Uncle Sam can't muck around in there. Donkey Kong says buy and hold worked out pretty good for Warren Buffett. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Donkey Kong, but he said if you're not willing to hold a stock for 5 years, don't buy it for 5 minutes. Rose says Hester Pierce concerned him, but she's good for crypto. Yeah, I get it. And I got to figure out, I get my son to help me. Every time somebody posts something in Discord, if it's one of the Discords I'm a member of, I get a loud beep in my headset, and it is god awful irritating. And they come in waves, and I have turned my volumes down, but I don't know if that's because that's linked to some sort of a notification. Obviously, it's a notification meant to tell you, I guess, go look at this thing that's been put on there. But I need to find a way to turn that shit off. At 8 hours of constant chirping, it's almost like a smoke alarm. Back to the car drama, GrayLeaf, I will tell you that I wasn't even tempted to gloat to Mrs. Pirate. I'm sure if you were paying attention, you understood that she took the opposite end of that argument. And I didn't, and in fact, and then I don't know, I think it was natural if it was feigned. I can tell you that she immediately gave me a big hug and smiled, congratulated me for being right, and told me that, you know, so, but in the end, it was nice to see that, you know, and she gave me a big old kiss. And sometimes that's all I need. Nice kiss and a hug goes a long ways. Speak of the devil and he appeareth, they're coming through the garage. So I'm going to put myself on mute for a second and see how this test drive went. I'll be right back, folks. I'm back. I got the debriefing. The saga ends. They refunded the money. They were kind. And Mrs. Pirate said she took a peace offering. She took the girl that she bitched out a Coca-Cola, an ice cold Coke in, I guess, as a peace offering. So, yeah. All's well that ends well. They've got Palantir on CNBC News. They're talking about how they have delivered the first AI trucks. I don't know what an AI truck is. It's called a Palantir Titan. It looks like it's military grade, so maybe they're delivering those as part of a military contract. Perhaps it's like buying tanks or Jeeps or a Humvee. I guess you need an artificial intelligence truck now. I don't know, but anyhow, Palantir is making headlines because they've actually delivered some. Yeah, Vin, we could get the banh mi. I'm excited to try one, but dude, it's not convenient. I think it's like a 1 hour drive to the closest Vietnamese restaurant, so I'm fucked on it. But I'm gonna have one. I promise you. Before I leave this mortal plane, I will have one. Yeah, it says Palantir is popping after an army delivery. So there you have it. So that would imply that, I don't know how that would work. Like, how does an artificial intelligence truck work? Does it have a computer system back in the bed? I mean, it looks like a big old deuce and a half or something, but does it have like a big supercomputer in there and you can go back there and plug in your iPad and ask it questions in the battlefield? Or is it a satellite link? Does it have an interface with, the satellite, like operate like a cell phone would? Or does it transmit artificial intelligence? Is it a transmitter that a warrior in the field can pick up on his cell phone? I'm not sure how all that works. It's interesting. I had no idea that Palantir even had a contract to make something for the army. That's it's kind of interesting. Ooh, Jay Brown said, just saw a press conference on Hackman's death. Went first and had a month of virus. Yeah, sad. Son was, he said he didn't tell me right away, but the check engine light came on. He's like, but it's been on for 6 months and nothing seems wrong. I'm like, I just started laughing. I said, yeah, it's not that big a deal. When we disconnected the battery, it cleared the code, and whatever's throwing the code, meaning turning on the check engine light, is still bad. So it's either a clogged air filter or EGR valve, exhaust gas recirculation valve, or any number of things similar to that. It could be bad. An oxygen sensor, an O2 sensor. So that's what you pull in there, and they'll plug their little diagnostic computer in for free, and because they want to sell you that little $10 filter or again part, and then we can clear this check engine codes. But it was funny because I think he was concerned about telling me about it, like the nightmare's not over. But it made me laugh. Rose says, I wonder how long it will be before we see Palantir's mobile oppression station will be driving up and down the streets of DC. Well, I guess that makes it clear what Rose thinks about the tech. Anybody else see the drone picture of an alive Jeffrey Epstein driving a golf cart of Epstein's famous island? I saw that, Rose, but I have nothing that makes me believe that it's when they claim it was. It wouldn't be hard to produce a picture of Jeffrey Epstein, an aerial photograph of him getting on or off a golf cart, and I saw that. The question is, how do you prove when that was taken? It's like, if the man is dead, it's not hard to produce the pictures, millions of pictures that exist of him. It'd be really easy for somebody to produce one and say, hey, I took this yesterday, he's still alive. So I'm not I'm not real big on all the tinfoil hat theory on all that shit. He's dead as a hammer. They killed him. It's called tightening up loose ends. Jeffrey Epstein was a loose end. He wasn't the mastermind. Hell, he wasn't even the boss in that whole operation. But he knew everything, and that's why he had to go. Whole thing is going to go down as one of the darkest chapters in our country's history. Terribly afraid that we've entered into a really dark place. We're getting ready to discover some, and I just made light of Roe, that I don't participate in a lot of the tinfoil hat shit, but I guess maybe I pick and choose what tinfoil hat I would believe. So I guess that's a little hypocritical of me. At any rate, I wouldn't be surprised to see that we find out some pretty dark shit about our country and really powerful people going forward. It makes a sane person say, how did we let this happen? How do you let something that big and that ugly go on? I mean, I guess it begs the question, is there any limit to what big money will allow you to do? Or is this further truth? Here it is, folks. I'm going to go dark on you. Is this further truth that if money, you can have anything if you have enough money, that literally everything has a price on it. You want to rape a 10-year-old or 11-year-old girl? It's a big expense, but we're not going to tell you can't. You want this shit about adrenochrome and all that? I thought for the longest time it's all just tinfoil hat theory and people seeking drama, but I don't know, man. But I know that somebody is spending a lot of political capital to keep stuff hidden, and that's never good. You're like, damn, everybody thinks it's bad, but imagine how bad it has to be for them to try to hide it this hard. Maybe it's a good thing, Roe AMC. Maybe it's a good thing that we don't never know, because maybe we can't handle it. Is it possible? And this is the gummies in me speaking. Is it possible that it's so fucked up and dark that we literally can't handle it as Americans, or maybe the world? Maybe that if all the truth comes out about Epstein's Island and our government, all that, then maybe it will lead to chaos and death. Perhaps, I don't know. But whatever it is, powerful people are doing the best they can to keep it hidden. Made a post last night, and I can't repeat it verbatim, but essentially what I said was, I know what it was. There's a claim that Pam Bondi, the acting attorney general, folks, cannot release the files because of, quote, national security. And I'm thinking to myself, that was child rape. That was the rape, prostitution, whatever you want to call it, or sexual abuse of a 11-year-old girl and other women. But they've got the victims of the crime. People have been charged with the crime, the pimp and the madams, all that. And the only person that hasn't been charged was the person who did the raping or the fucking, whatever you want to call it, had the sex. For whatever reason, we can't get that name. Why would they refuse that? And you got powerful people, and now we got Pam Bondi in there, and we all were told that the minute the Trump people got in, he was going to release all that on day one, and now it's national security. I'm like, so what you're telling me now is that our country's national security, if we need to rape a few 11-year-old girls, that we're willing to do that. Is anybody in your community? Those are your choices. You folks get to have national security in the United States, but the price for it is we're going to we're going to destroy the psychological health and sometimes hurt a body of a child that's 11 years old for somebody's sexual gratification. You're okay with that? And I ask it rhetorically. It's a rhetorical question, but that's where we're at right now. I want you people to remember this. When they say you can't see what's in Epstein Island because it's against national security, you need to remember that they're saying that it's okay that somebody raped or had sex with an 11-year-old girl because the country's security, that's the price we're willing to pay for that. See, I'm not. I'd rather go to war. Now, you want to go to war for something? I won't go to war for Ukraine, people. I won't die fighting Russians for Ukrainians. But if you want to go to war for something, go to war with somebody who's willing to sell sex with an 11-year-old for political power. That's an enemy. That's an enemy that you want to do some virtue signaling. If you want to be a white knight, if you will, the champion of the little guy, the savior of women and children, go to war for that. That's a cause worth getting your legs blown off for. National security, my ass. Somebody needs to fucking be held accountable. And I don't care if it's Donald Trump himself. I know it's not, but I don't care if it's my guy, all our guys, if every motherfucker on there was a Republican. I don't care. I want him locked up for as long as our system allows. I don't mind telling you, friends, the fact that Pam Bondi started dragging her feet and now they've come out and said for national security, that should make you incensed. Every person should be furious over that, because what I just told you is an indisputable fact. Well, that's one of the things that's troubled me about this saga the most, Grayleaf, is that Epstein was a monster. He was a bad guy in all of this. And he paid his price for that. They choked that sumbitch to death, so he's square with the house. But my issue is, there were people way worse than him. Now, whether or not he was having sex or not, probably was. I'm quite certain he's probably a sexual deviant as well as a bad dude. But I would argue that the people, the rich and famous who were there, going there for that purpose, the whole Lolita Express, the ones who are on the film having the sex, I would argue that they're twice as bad as Epstein. And they're the ones who are wiggling off the hook right now. It's like arresting a pimp and saying that you stopped the crime, that you prosecuted the crime. You got a pimp, which was Epstein. You got a madam, or a recruiter, if you will, groomer, a woman, that was Ghislaine Maxwell, who ingratiated herself to young, attractive girls, promised them how they could live the life of the rich and famous if they were just willing to have sex. And in the end, both of them, Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever her name is, she's in prison, he's dead. But the guys doing the fucking still walking around, having fucking 3 martini lunches and doing what they do. And I don't know why reasonable people aren't outraged by that. It flies in the face of justice, especially for kids. This whole group of, we need to stop the trafficking, and I'm for sex traffickers and save the children. I'm like, you're all a bunch of fucking hypocrites, because we've already found criminals who are actively doing all of those things that you're so clutching your pearls over, and nobody gets arrested. So, as it stands right now, my take on it is, you can fuck all the 11-year-olds that you want if you got enough money. There's no other way to interpret it. And I know that's uncomfortable. I mean, it just sounds nasty coming out of my mouth, probably. But it's the truth. As it stands right now, if you just read what you see in front of you, if you have enough money, and I don't even know what the price tag was, but you too can enjoy sex with 11-year-old girls if that's your thing. And just understand, there will be no legal ramifications. You just got to be willing to pay the price that they say. And that's some evil shit right there. And the only way that that's not true, that statement that I just made for you, the only way that's not true is if somebody goes to jail for it. Sorry if I wasn't the most fun on a Friday after the bell. You get what you get, man. I keeps it real. Can't help. Only thing I can talk about is what pops into my mind. When I see that shit on X, I hear somebody like Roe, he mentions Jeffrey Epstein. All that shit's what boils up out of me. Bitcoin's still falling, 86,423, 86,403. Ven, paging Ven. You paying attention, Ven? Oh, thank you, GrayLeaf. I'm wrong from time to time. I'm a human being. Nobody is perfect at all times, but I know evil when I see it, and I know good for bad. There's gray areas. There's always been, I understand some things can get complicated. That's life. But that doesn't mean that there aren't many instances where it's just clear black and white. Right is right, wrong is wrong. There's good and evil. And this is one of those instances. We could argue for the rest of the day about how many things are in the middle, or maybe you could argue either side. But this shit, with everything, what we know now about it, this is very clear. And it's frustrating to me, even when I'm 2 gummies deep, that no one is acting for the little people. They claim to be acting for, or the vulnerable, the children, or the women. I don't understand in a culture how we're raised from young men to believe in King Arthur and the Round Table, or the knights, white shining armor coming in to rescue a damsel in distress, or the cowboys conquering the Old West and facing danger, or the sheriff in a town who has to look out for the weak, and the farmer, or the store owner, or the restaurant or hotel owner, from the bad men who ride in and out of town. And I know it sounds foolish and dramatic and cinematic, but I don't understand how there isn't some truth in that. Aren't men raised to be caretakers and guardians of what we love and hold dear? And I don't understand how men give that up when they go to Washington, D.C., or they become a member of the FBI or what have you. It seems incongruent or disjointed, if you will. I can't reconcile how it happens, how there's not at least one in that bunch who would rise to the challenge, as they say, and walk up to somebody and say, you're under arrest. Show them their badge, draw their weapon if need be, and say, you're under arrest for crimes, blah, 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 blah. And march them right out and lock them up. And then turn it over to an attorney general to prosecute them. But at least you did your job. But maybe I just answered my own query and my rant, that I guess you need to have confidence that when you hand them over to the attorney general, that they will indeed initiate the investigation or charge them with a crime and hold the trial. So maybe it's smart. Maybe that's what it is that the people who would be the white knight or the sheriff in town, if you will, or the good guy, maybe he says, listen, this is all futile because nothing I do is going to get these people held to accountability. And in doing so, I will destroy my career. And now my wife and kids don't eat good. I hope that's not the case, but it's terrifying if it is. It means we've already lost the high ground. Tom D, my friend and fellow veteran, weighing in, saying they are so afraid that we will find out that Epstein was working for a Mossad and that Israel was behind it all to blackmail the U.S. People, our people. That's very interesting, Tom. And that may be very well how it all went. I know there's been whisperings of that all along. But my point is, like, be a man and take it. Your government bureaucrats, I mean, if that was the case, then you made a mistake. But own it and move on. I don't understand, Tom, how continuing just to hide it from everybody makes it go away. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm the one being naive, Tom. Maybe as time does pass, as Hillary Clinton once said about Benghazi, maybe they'll just be like, that was way back. What does that matter now? Because one could argue that that has been the way they handled mistakes, or outright crime in the past. They deny it and deny it and deny it until enough they run the game clock out, and then they switch immediately to, I can't believe you're still talking about that. That was so long ago. Again, if that works for them, that's not a particularly positive outlook. Hope springs eternal, Tom. I got to believe that there's a guy out there, man. Got to be that somebody out there, man, who's got that little voice inside of his soul, inside of his mind, that he can't ignore. I'll tell you what else I've seen, Tom, here lately. I've seen an influx of little looky-me's, the attention seekers on, I don't watch TikTok, but they end up reposting them on X, of the whole assassinate Trump. There was one out there advocating that they should poison Elon. You know, there was a time, Tom, I'm sure you know this, that I'm speaking to everyone right now. You did that shit. If you threatened and said you were going to do it, or told other people they should, probably within 24 hours you were going to have a knock at your door with at least 2 Secret Service agents, and they were going to interview you. You were going to have to answer some questions. You made it on the list, and your life was going to get uncomfortable for a little while because it's against the law. See, everybody thinks we have that there's free speech, and free speech means you can tell somebody they should assassinate the president. No, it doesn't work that way. They're breaking the law. More importantly, I won't even get into the moral aspect of it, which I've been sucked into on Twitter from time to time. I'm like, are these the rules that you guys don't want to play with? Clearly you're liberal. Clearly you're on the left. So what you're saying now is whoever can shoot the best wins. You say shoot Trump. I say shoot you. We're going to shoot back and forth, and the last guy standing wins. Are those the rules, games rules right now? But unfortunately, you say, well, I just got sucked into somebody's attention seeking. But it still troubles me that they can go on there, show their face. It'd be real easy to find these people, because my fear isn't that these cowards would do it, but if they push a button in the right person that's in a vulnerable state psychologically, you end up with somebody like David Hinckley or anybody else who has killed or tried to kill president. They want to be influencers, and that's what they're trying to do. And my fear is that a good man, somebody like J.D. Vance or Elon Musk, will end up dead because of some fucking wackadoodle, some mentally impaired person. But the person who's ultimately responsible for it are these fucks on the internet who's going around telling everybody they should kill the president. So I don't know. I hope they rain down on that. Now, I'm certain that there's going to be a whole glut of people that are going to be like, you're just trying to stifle free speech. I'm like, you need to go fuck yourself. Telling people that somebody should go kill the president isn't covered by free speech. Tom D said they would be thrown in a CIA van and taken to a farm. Exactly. I do too. I think Kash Patel is a huge win. I think he's done a stellar job. He's stubbed his toe on a few appointments, Tom. But as far as the FBI, Kash Patel, JD Vance, Lord, Pete Hegseth, you know how I love me some Pete Hegseth. He's one of us, man. So in the end, I'm thinking, yeah, here's my thing, Tom. This is as good as it's ever going to get. Brother, as far as a battlefield goes, if this was a battle and that was your world for a big part of your life, your battlefield right now has, and you, it's more importantly, your side, your brothers in arms, we have a good command from the top down, man. From the top down, we have a good command structure. Now, there's still probably some bad apples in the FBI, but as far as the people who are ultimately in charge, we got people who are like-minded, intelligent, sane, patriotic people. Now, whether or not they're going to be able to ferret out all this evil before their clock runs out, that's yet to be seen. But I'm optimistic, Tom. I'm very optimistic. It's time this country unfucks itself. I don't want to leave this world. I don't know if I'm going to die this year or in 30 years. I don't want my days to end and leave not knowing whether my country was going to make it or not. I love my country too much. I've given too much for my country, and I don't want to go to bed each night wondering whether things are going to get worse. I deserve to as I'm sure you do, to lay down and say, yep, the rest of the world might be in a knee-deep in dog shit right now, but things are pretty good in America. And not only do I deserve it, I'm going to insist upon it. If I have anything to say about it, I'm going to have my way. Our country is going to be prosperous and safe and filled with opportunities for my children, yours, your daughter, and our grandchildren. Or I will continue to rant and raise hell about it until something does change. Yeah, Tom says, I would fight for this command. Absolutely, Tom, my point. And that's the best accolades that a soldier can say is, if these are the leaders, I'll follow you to the gates of hell. Yep. I won't even ask where we're going, Tom. I'll fall in right behind you and say, lead on. I got your six. Let's get started on this. And I think we're there. So yeah, when I'm reading all my shit about stocks or on the internet or Twitter or, whatever, and I stumble across, and they pop up from time to time, the people who are talk about that sort of shit, it's really hard for me not to indulge my impulses to light into their ass. Yeah, Tom said, that's it. No questions. Just go. Yep. That's when you know you're surrounded with men you can trust or men that you believe in. I'm fortunate. I'd say 6. Yeah, I probably got 6. I think I had probably 7 or 8, but I've lost a few friends the last couple of years. I've got a half a dozen phone calls that if the phone rings and I answer it and they tell me that I need to bring X, Y, and Z, whether it's pool or otherwise, and I need to meet them at a given place and time, the answer is always, I'm on my way. Yeah, I'm fortunate like that, and they know they can count on me for the same. There's no, inquiries or, a need for anybody to explain themselves, and I think those are the real treasures in life. You have people like that in your world, then you're truly blessed. The whole concept of killing Trump or might makes right, you know, the whole beat down thing, or you're in a restaurant, you see people want to climb over a counter and beat somebody over fast food or something. My question to them, I wish every one of them could be asked, is this how you want it to be? Can you honestly tell me, honestly now, that you wish to navigate a world where whoever can give the other person the best beating, that's how you win? That's how you get what you want. Your satisfaction comes at whoever can brutalize the other person physically. That in the end, that's the goal that we're after here. Whether it's conflict resolution or airing of grievances or what have you. Because it troubles me so that too often, just like the people who advocate for killing the president, that it's always just one-sided. For instance, kill Trump, kill Elon. But were anybody else to say that, if you swap the names out, would it still be okay? If somebody had said kill Obama, would that be okay then? And they would instantly say no, that's not, no, you can't do that. I'm like, then you're not being genuine here. You're asking me to give you something you won't give me in return. You want the right to kill my leader, my chosen designee, but I'm not afforded that same opportunity? I mean, what kind of rules of engagement are there? I don't have a problem fighting on any of those battlefields, Tom. If they want to start killing each other's leaders and whoever kills the best wins, I just need to know. I'm eager to get started. I just want to make sure that I'm not playing poker if everybody else is playing bridge or baccarat. And too often, I think that's what you see, is you'll see a bunch of hypocritical people they're calling out for a particular action to be made, whether it's rioting or hurting someone or whatever they're doing. But it's always from the position of, as long as they're the one pitching and not catching. Be like, I just need you to sign off on a few things for me, just for legal purposes. Before we get started here, this is how you want it. That we're all just going to beat the living shit out of each other, and whoever wins gets to be boss man. That's how we're running things. Because I want to make sure that it's not just when you think you're the one capable of giving the beat down. And I think I'm beating a dead horse here, mixing too many metaphors and all that. But, yep, we'll see. I think we're on the precipice of a new dawn. New dawn, good days. People are just have plenty of opportunities. If you're willing to work, it won't come easy. It never should. Never will. But if people are willing to, young people particularly, if they're willing to work hard, get out there, refrain from doing dumb shit, focus on doing good things and work hard, that their lives will become an amazing adventure. And that's the promise of America. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Doesn't mean you automatically get happiness, but you have the right to pursue it. And I'd like to think that we are on the edge of having a culture, an economy, all things that are conducive to an individual living their best life. I mean, everybody's saying this, I'm living my best life. And I want that for the young kids, and maybe if I'm fortunate, some grandkids someday. I believe that there are more of us out there than those who don't want those things. Tom says, we will know when it's time to lace our boots up. Well, Tom, I'm hopeful that we never have to. Yep. Yeah, man, take off, dude. No worries, bro. Have a good afternoon. See you when we see you. I'm about 3/4 stoned from 2 gummies. I should probably think about going myself and taking a nap, but I'm not particularly drowsy. There's only 12 people left in chat, so I'm not offending that many people. The market's closed. It's a Friday. I don't really have any place else to go or anything else to do. Just hang out here, see what happens. This is normally the time of day where the question most prominent in my mind is what's for supper. Bitcoin's 86,338. Oh, I have to be careful, GrayLeaf. I got to, like I said, I'm real transparent and honest to a fault. I've shared, our friendship is rather new, but the people who've been here some time now know that I've told many times, when I was young, GrayLeaf, I was a habitual liar. I would rather climb a tree than lie than stand on the ground and tell the truth. It was one of the ways that I got attention. It allowed me to alleviate a lot. Well, it doesn't matter what it was. I was a little kid and I was prone to lying, and everything. It was like it was almost impossible for me to tell the truth, even when it didn't matter. And I outgrew that. And then, of course, I had a successful career in the military and business, and I grew, matured as a man. But as a consequence, I can spot it in others really fast. It's kind of like a con man, game recognizes game. So I can usually spot a lie really fast. And but more importantly, I have very little patience for people that do, because I know how unnecessary it is. So because of that, I have this personal code, GrayLeaf, that I'm brutally honest at all times. I mean, brutally honest. It's kind of a gift I give myself. I guess you would say, like a way of trying to balance the karma of the things, maybe all the lies I told as a child or a young man. So yeah, but when I get my buzz on, or I get a little high, just like a drunk would, sometimes my thoughts will meander, or I will wander aimlessly over a topic that in my mind is entertaining, but others recognize it for just foolishness. And so I have to make sure I walk that tightrope for you. Fridays are dangerous because I'm headed into the weekend, and I usually indulge at the closing bell, and I have today. You must know, GrayLeaf, that I'm not always good for a person's brand. This is your brand, GrayLeaf. You're streaming, you're live. Well, Bitcoin just lost 86. It fell to 85.9. But yeah, GrayLeaf, back to you. This is your brand, and it's like your garage band. I'm just playing a guitar, dear lady, on your stage under your spotlight. But if I can, because of I'm a loose cannon at times, and I can be offensive to people. My lack of, I want to say lack of self-control. Well, patience. My lack of patience makes me abrasive, even to those who are the most dear to me. So don't ever feel bad if you feel like you need to send me a DM to ask me to refrain or stand down, if you will. I'm very respectful of other people's streams. So just know that that's a given. You and I've never talked about that. It was understood. Papa Mac and I talked about it, and KC and I talked about it at length. So I failed to go over that with you. Just understand that I'm incredibly respectful of your playhouse, your stream, your rules. If at any point you feel like I may be doing something that would be cost you viewers or participants, or in any way run afoul of how you would like things done on your stream, you send me a DM and you'll find out that I'm an honorable person, and I will acquiesce to your request. Good for you, Nana. She said she had a rough day, so she took a gummy too. Well, good. I hope it kicks in and alleviates what ails you, Nana. You and I've talked about this many times over the last 4 years. No one should be in pain. Unnecessary. Life is too short for you to spend in pain. Now, I'm not advocating for people to abuse, painkillers or medicines in any way, but I'm a big believer that there's absolutely no reason for modern man to endure pain. unnecessary in life is too short. GrayLeaf says, no worries, give me honesty any day, brutal or not. See, you and our friendship will grow again from that, GrayLeaf, because I'm the same way. I can at least respect somebody who's honest with me. You know, I may not like you, but at least you still have my respect. Yeah, right on. That's the beauty of that. They can change the channel or mute. You know, you can mute me just as easy. I accuse my family of, when I work on some of these junker cars that we keep around here, they want to jump in them and sail off on a 1 hour one-way adventure for the first trip out. And I tried to break them of that. We just had a phone call not too long ago, somebody that we need to do some business with, and they're only 20 minutes away. So I encouraged Mr. Pirate to take her son's car. Actually, I think he went with her. It'd be a good little, we call it a test beat. Take it out and beat on it a little bit, as opposed to just driving it around the neighborhood here. So I'm excited to see that they're off on a good shakedown run, as we call it, so that she won't be anxiety ridden when he sails off to college Monday morning in that thing. She'll have a little more confidence now that she herself has used it on what would be a moderately long trip. Bitcoin at 85,972. It's been my humble opinion for some time that the big money, the Wall Street money, is getting out of Bitcoin. The heavy hitters, they're getting out while it was high. When it hit that 100,000, I think that was a psychological number. I think people started selling. But I think in order to keep the price up so they could keep getting rid of what they needed to sell, they were telling everybody, everything's fine, it's going to go higher, it's going to go higher. And it's been down, and now it's falling again, even in light of all this, what would normally be considered bullish news. It just reinforces what I think is happening, is that smart money is getting out, and they're trying to turn retail into bag holders on this. Because, man, they're selling it hard on Twitter, X. You got the Michael Saylor group, the master investors, all that. You know, he's running a Ponzi scheme. If you want to know what a modern-day Ponzi scheme looks like, look at what Michael Saylor is doing with Bitcoin. We don't have enough time to go over it tonight, but it's real simple. Man, he's selling stock in a company using the money that he buys to buy Bitcoin. When he buys the Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin goes up. So the Bitcoin that he already owes is worth more. And then he tells people that their investment's going up. Man, it is, in its most simple terms, a Ponzi scheme. Man, they are pumping that shit like crazy all over the internet. troubles me, man. We're 7 days into March, and I thought that at least between the 5th and maybe the end of the month, we would just been on a tear. I don't mind telling you, folks. Every day that passes, I'm becoming a little bit more concerned that I might have been off on my whole Trump gets in, the market collapses, the margin calls will flow, we will see our run. We'll see. We got 23 days left in this month. I guess you could say, well, you know, what's a few days into April, but sooner or later you got to say, you know, this was a theory that I had put forward about 14 months ago, I think, 13, or a little over a year ago. And I don't want to be one of those guys that after all that time comes in and says, well, I'm just going to add some more time to it. I thought it would be April or mid-April or May or June or July. No. Getting a little concerned, but I'm prepared for the eventuality either way. For me, I'm going to know 23 days or so. I'm going to know. GrayLeaf says, I still believe they have more can kicking to do. The rules have so many holes that have not been fixed, they just duck right through carrying that damn can. Yeah, they said Trump should let it burn, start up with the rules of a working market in place. That was what I was hopeful for, Gray. I was hopeful that, I didn't think that Trump would have any say in the matter. I thought that once Trump took office and enough time ran off the clock so they could say, see, orange man bad, Trump did it, that they would burn the thing down around him. They don't even have to burn it down. They just got to stop holding it up. See, I'm one of those believers that the whole thing's been fucked for a long time. It's just been junk. This thing's been held together with baling wire and chewing gum, and that it's like a house of cards. All it needs is that somebody just puff on it, just lightly blow or pull one card out, and the whole thing would collapse. And it was my theory that they didn't want to take responsibility for it. And when they become convinced that he was going to be the next president, they thought, if we can just hold this whole thing up, we can hang it around him. We can make it the whole world at least believe that Trump destroyed it all. But they couldn't do it at the stroke of midnight on Inauguration Day because that would be too obvious. Hence my theory that they need to let some time run off the clock. January 20th is Inauguration Day, 10 days left in January, whatever. So you got all of February, all of March, 60 days. You know? And you're like, okay, something goes wrong now, they can say, no, this isn't on Biden. This was Trump. Trump's the president. So if you're curious as how I arrived at that was the point, was that it's cost them a lot of money to do what they're doing. They're doing things that are probably borderline illegal to hold the market up. So they don't want to do it any longer than they have to, but they needed to be far enough into this administration to blame him and to blame MAGA, so that they can get control back. They need to make Trump look like the disaster, because that's the only way you're going to get Trump out of the White House. If you think that they stand a snowball's chance of hell of beating J.D. Vance in the next presidential election, then you don't know shit about politics. J.D. Vance has got this thing sewn up in the pocket. Unless he gets caught fucking 2 goats and a sheep on live camera, there's no way J.D. Vance doesn't get elected. So the only thing they can do to give them a leg up against J.D. Vance is to let the economy burn. I would even argue they don't need to destroy it on purpose. It's already destroyed. They've just been hiding it. Same shit, like watch and see now if we don't start getting the real unemployment numbers. They have been lying about unemployment forever. They don't count people who are no longer looking for work. They cook the books on all of it so much. Same thing with inflation. They take out anything that they'll take out. Oh, inflation's fine if you don't look at food and energy. I'm like, well, goddamn, that's the single biggest thing that people spend money on is food and energy. So they're going to quit. They're going to quit doing all of those things and let the people see what's really going on, and then they'll be able to say, and it's because of Trump, and that's why you shouldn't vote for Republicans again. And I'm certain that that's what they're going to do. They're going to, this economy, and the economy is going to go in the toilet because it really is in the toilet anyhow. They're just going to stop hiding it. But I can't figure out when, and I can't figure out how AMC plays into that if it doesn't happen right away. It said it's obvious to most of us. So when the market crashes, we know it's because of past and not Trump. Yep. If you're really paying attention, GrayLeaf, but Mrs. Pirate reminds me all the time that we're kind of weirdos. Very few people like watch the news all day. Most of them watch very little. And then the news they get is from the mainstream media. It's full of bullshit. And then, so unfortunately, people like yourself, GrayLeaf, and Ro, AMC, and Nana, and Tom D, and what have you, we're kind of oddballs that we focus on this stuff almost like a hobby. So we're well informed. We know all the nuances. Even if it's things we don't like, ultimately we know the truth. when we see it. And a lot of folks, you know, they're sheep. They're too busy. And I get it, man. Poor folks are so busy just trying to get their rent paid. Keep an alternator on their car. You know, the poor folks that they don't have somebody to lean on. They got to actually go pay a mechanic. I mean, I get it. And it's sad, but unfortunately, most people are just uninformed. Ro said it's been fun. Got the kids and need to drop. All right, Ro. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. It's always a pleasure. He says now Trump needs to know exactly how this country is run. Money is wise, so he can build back easier and solidly. He knows what makes this country. Trump, of all people, knows that capitalism is what makes America great. All the people who, this whole eat the rich bunch, or the rich should pay more, the fucking Bernie bros and all that shit, yeah, don't come into it. As they grow and learn, you know, they're just mental children in some aspects. As their life progresses and they learn a little bit more, they'll realize, when compared with the whole rest of the earth, that nothing compares to American exceptionalism. More importantly, and capitalism. I should say equally important, our capitalism. Everyone's tried everywhere else, man. You know, Cuba's not that far away. Take a vacation, take your family, go to Miami, charter a boat, and go see Cuba. Shit, man, it's like a time warp. You know, go to Europe and go to any of the countries over there and look at how they live and what they have, their quality of life. You know, if you don't want Europe, fine, do the subcontinents. You'll come to an appreciation real quick of the majesty of the United States and our system, our capitalist system. Nothing has done more to feed people throughout the world than capitalism. There's some really smart people, thousands of times smarter than me, that post. There's some really good stuff if you want to read it. Victor David Hanson, Sowell, the black college professor, one of the geniuses of our time. I forget his first name. Those guys, they all speak at length about, and then there's been a couple economists who speak with authority on, and they have all their facts, and I don't have those. I'd have to research it for you, but that explain in no uncertain terms how wonderful capitalism has been for the world versus Marxism, communism, socialism, all of that. There's no debating the fact that under a capitalist society, there's winners and losers. The cream rises to the top. Smart people, clever people, they'll do better. Hard workers, they'll do better. A hard worker and he's clever, oh, goddamn. You know, if you're lazy, you might not do so well. If you're a dumbass, you might not do so well. If you're a lazy dumbass, you know, it's not hard. Like I said, I'm not a Nobel Peace Prize winner in sociology, but I know there's certain things that are just true. And so it shouldn't come as a surprise that in a capitalist society, a free society where every man's the captain of his own ship, there are going to be people who do extremely well for themselves, and there's going to be people who just fuck it up over and over again. So yeah, you're going to have what they call it, wage gaps and disparity and wealth gaps and all that shit, because life has a gap. Now the socialists and all the other isms, their answer is that everybody should just be equally poor. Because there's never any rich. I mean, those societies it's real simple. Well, I guess there's a few. They're very top of, like, say, North Korea. You know, Kim Jong-il, he's well off, and maybe, I don't know, 100 people around him. And then the whole rest of North Korea is a fucking toilet bowl. So I guess, you know, yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing. Everybody's equally poor. But in a place like America, where you're free to chase your dreams and work as hard as you want, make good decisions, you stand a reasonably good chance of doing well for yourself. And there's not another place like it in the rest of the world. I don't understand why more If these countries are all so goddamn smart, why don't they see it for themselves? Why don't they say, well, look, we've got this thing they call the Great American Experiment. Pretty easy to look into. Most of the facts are out there. And the information's available as far as populations and all sorts of things. And you'd think that they would say to themselves, damn, man, that's way better than what we're doing over here. And that's what I don't get. If they're all so goddamn smart, if they're all so much smarter than us, so much more virtuous, so much better, kinder, all that shit, why don't they at least acknowledge what's painfully obvious, that the Great Experiment worked? And then they should replicate it. It is what it is, I guess. They can dig in with whatever it is that they have, tell themselves that they are free and that they have some form of democracy. I'm sure if you interviewed them, a lot of them would claim that, when oftentimes the evidence is in stark opposition. Spoke earlier about lying. You know, it's one thing to lie to others, whether it's for your own benefit or whether it's a lie meant to indulge your own arrogance or your own self-image or your desire to make yourself appear to be something more than you are to others. That's one thing. But I'm often confused about why people would lie to themselves. What does it benefit somebody to lie to yourself? So I guess that would beg the question is, are they lying to themselves, or they truly just not understand? And I guess there's no way to ferret that out. Then I got no fewer than 3 kisses, unprompted now, just up out of the blue, kisses out of Mrs. Pirate in the last hour and a half. Now, she never said she was sorry, but that's okay. I guess the 3 kisses is as close as she's going to be able to come, and I'll take that. In fact, I think the 3 kisses are probably worth more than 1 I'm sorry. But yeah, I have to brag on her there for a minute. I'm constantly raising hell. Husbands are known to do from time to time, so take a moment there to brag on her. Bitcoin is at 86,147, 137, 136, still falling. Stream was so close to falling apart, Trump has to tighten things up before letting anything major happen, like a crash. That way he has more solid base to build back up on and more confidence from. See, I was conflicted, GrayLeaf. I was conflicted in so far that I wanted him to let it crash right off the bat. Like, if he has any say in the matter, let it burn now to make it clear that it wasn't him. But see, I understand some of what makes him tick because I see a little bit of myself in him, the need to fix things, the need to make things better, to improve things, to take something that's fucked up and make something nice out of it. It's just kind of, it's almost sometimes an impulse or compulsive for people. And I know that's part of him. So I'm afraid that he's told himself, I can fix this. And that's dangerous because it'll be nothing short of epic if he does it. I mean, it'll be like Herculean type shit, mythical. But if I'm right and it's beyond fixing, then they're going to hang it on him. And I wish that wasn't the case. So I see it as a poor return on ROI. The risk analysis on this to me was too much. And maybe that says something about my character. Maybe Trump's character is higher than mine. More honorable, I guess. Because I would say, listen, there's a real good chance that this thing is just fucking destroyed. And I don't want to get blamed for it. So let it fucking burn now so that everybody's real clear that I didn't have anything to do with this. And then I'll go about the work of building something back. But I don't think I have the character in me, GrayLeaf, to say, I'm going to spend the time and try to fix this. And I think I can do it. But if I can't, it's going to look like my fault because it's going to take him that long. And I guess, man, now that I think about it, can you imagine? I mean, I'm sure that he's considered that. That's a selfless act to say, I think I can fix this, but it's going to take me a while. Maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. But if I don't, and the whole thing goes to hell, the whole world's going to mark it down as on my back. And it take a big set of nuts, man, to go into it. If he did that analysis and came to that conclusion, unless somebody sees something I don't, unless he's just that arrogant that he's like, well, I don't give a fuck. Maybe that's it too. I mean, I don't worship Trump. Maybe if he's one of those guys that goes, whatever, man. I don't give a shit what they think of me. But I can't believe that a man that's so close, he's closer to the cradle than the grave. That of this I know, he's more concerned about how the legacy that he leaves behind than the money. See, that's what a lot of the people don't get on Twitter. They're all like, Trump just wants more money. He's just trying to get rich. I'm like, man, you can't really be that simple-minded. A man his age understands that every day is a gift. Every night he goes to bed, he could not wake up in the morning, and they could mark his death down as natural causes. He doesn't need another $1 million. It's his credit. What he needs is the world to remember him as one of the good guys, and I'm certain that's what he's endeavoring to do. In the end, that's all a man leaves is his history behind. It's kind of the same thing with Adam Aaron. When I hear people talk about Adam Aaron is actively acting against the shareholders in the company, I'm like, it's ludicrous to think that a man his age would do something that would reveal his character to be in such a bad way, that would make him look like a con man, a crook, and all that for all of eternity. I mean, like him or not, Adam Aaron's been respected in the business world as a man who can save companies. I mean, he ran Carnival Cruise Lines and some other things. So this is his last hurrah. This is kind of arguably what he'll be remembered. When he's dead and gone, they're going to remember what and how he did things for AMC. And I just find it ridiculous that people believe that what he wants them to remember him as is a con man and a crook. Doesn't pass the sniff test. I tell you, Gray, if you put in there that if the crew he has can't fix it, I'm scared it may never be fixed. I couldn't agree with you more. If it's now or never. I'm telling you, honey, it's now or never. Trump, the outsider, not part of the DC Cool Kids Club, the people that he's put in, the lessons he learned, how they hamstrung him the first time, all of those things. The backing of America, the MAGA movement, if things don't get incredibly good for our country going forward, it's never going to. We're done. In fact, I would argue that if it takes a giant shit after the presidency of Trump's this administration and J.D. Vance's, that might be a time where a guy might start looking for a new place to live. New Zealand, fucking the Azores, I don't know. Wherever your pocketbook will carry you to. Canada, fuck if I know. But I'm with you, sister. If it doesn't happen now, it's not going to. Never again. The bad guys have won. The grifting, the bribery, the Biden-Ukrainian business deals, selling finger paintings for $100,000. You know, we all know what I'm talking about. If it doesn't stop now, it never will. This is our only shot at this. Yep. They have Trump in the White House talking about the astronauts that are stuck up there together. That whole story is interesting because they've let it leak that Elon Musk could have rescued them already. And that Biden wouldn't let it happen for the optics. He didn't want to give, nobody's been keeping up, the Bidens did not like Elon Musk and vice versa. That's why when they held their electric car summit in Washington, D.C., Elon wasn't even invited. Can you imagine? It's like Jiminy Christmas, man. The guy is the big kahuna in the electric vehicle world, and you're holding a summit to discuss what needs to be done or not done, and you don't even invite the guy. That shows you right there that DC is not about governance. It's about power and remaining in power. Yep. They didn't want to give Elon the credit for saving them, especially after, see, what most people don't know is if you don't follow him, they shit all over Elon with Starlink. They wouldn't give him any support. That, he could do things that our own NASA couldn't even do, but they wouldn't give him contracts. I mean, and then time and time again, they would come to him for an emergency bailout. I don't know if people kept up with it or not, but 2 out of the last 3 big disasters we had, both Western North Carolina with the hurricane, and the devastation from the flooding, and mind you, the California wildfires, Elon Musk provided instant satellite communications for those people. Starlink. He sent Starlink kits in that instantaneously gave all those people access to the internet and to the world. Do you know how incredible that is? The government didn't do that for them. Those shitbags at FEMA, they didn't do it. Nope, Elon did it. And they don't give that man credit for that shit. And it's like, wait a minute, the very government who's hostile to him, they need him time and time again to bail them out of the shit. Couldn't, to provide satellite, to provide communications for people when the government couldn't, all those things. Now to get astronauts home when our own NASA can't even get them. Think about that, if you will. It's like being abusive to a guy continually while simultaneously asking him for help all the time. That's some dark shit. I take up for the man every chance I get. I got a lot of respect for him. I think he's a genius. I think history will treat him well. And when I hear ugly, dark people saying evil shit about him, I draw my sword and I go for blood on the internet. I don't care. They hurl insults and childlike accusations. They call you things like, worshiping like he's some sort of a god, or I'm a fanboy, or all that other shit. And it's all. And again, when the arguments are reduced to that sort of name calling and insults, you know that you've won. What? Between Mrs. Pirate running the errands and her participation with the parts drama, I don't think we're going to have anything home cooked for a meal tonight. So it looks like it's carry out again. We had Taco Bell last night. Before that, we had hot wings. Not sure my constitution's going to hold up much longer for anything spicy or hot, but one thing's certain, it's going to be carry out again tonight. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have things back at Camelot will be closer back to normal. I don't mind telling you guys, when there's less people here, I feel like it's a little bit more of an intimate setting, and maybe I can speak about things that I might not say in a bigger group setting. But all this talk about killing Elon Musk, poisoning him, and assassinating Trump, I would say, I'm amazed myself that there isn't killing on the other end. Quite frankly, out of a population of 340 million or 330 million people, I'm surprised that once the working people find out how bad they've been robbed by the likes of these politicians, if there was going to be a killing to be done, if somebody was going to be assassinated or killed because of what they've done, I would think that there's a whole bunch of people who would fit the bill for a likely candidate way beyond Trump. I mean, you'd say, well, what has Elon Musk or Trump done that warrants being executed, summary style? Like, well, before you get to them, we talk about, I got a list of 6 or 10, and I can give some real good examples of what each and every one of those people have done that was a indirect, but still an assault on my family's financial health. I think it's funny when I see that the children and the attention seekers on Twitter or X going on and on and on about how, again, Trump or Elon needs to be assassinated or poisoned or murdered. I think to myself, and you really want to go down this path, there's some people that are more deserving of that. If that's what we're going to devolve to, if we're going to finally drop down to fuck the elections, fuck passing laws, fuck having debates on the floor of the Senate, we're just going to start killing people off who do what we think is wrong. Like, I just need to make sure I'm aware of the memo, because I have some names I want to submit via Twitter and X as well. And GrayLeaf says, I've got a list too. Exactly, GrayLeaf. I'm like, damn. Read up on Anthony Fauci, man. Man, that dude that's an evil, scary dude, man. I had to quit reading it because the more I learned about him, I mean, it started to affect my mental health. But, you know, and this guy was at the seat of power. I think at one time he was the most highly paid government employee. Like he was some, you know, his services were so valuable. We paid they would pay Michael Jordan to play basketball. And then you found out that the shit that he was involved in, from gain of function to the Chinese lab, Wuhan or whatever it was, Wuhan virus and all that shit. I said Wuhan, Freudian slip for cow. But yeah, I mean, man, that dude was evil shit. Like anybody's metrics. If you ask, you know, you say, well, what makes up an evil personality or an evil person? What's the difference between somebody who's perhaps just a dumbass and somebody who's evil? I'm like, well, here's an example of one of those extremes. Fauci's not a dumbass. That COVID shit is going to go in the history books. We'll all be dead and gone. Generations from now, they're going to remember that COVID thing is one of the darkest chapters in American history. All of that shit, man. Yep, GrayLeaf says we didn't even know, but we know now. Yep. I think it was a real eye-opener, GrayLeaf, for even the people who aren't fixated on this like I do. I'm a political wonk and it's my hobby, but for the people who just work a day, average Americans, I think it was an eye-opener for them to realize that, you know, that shit like telling people that ivermectin was poisonous and it was this, that, and the other. And I knew what ivermectin was because we used it on the farm. I never spoke about it because I didn't want to run afoul. I mean, that was kind of one of those things where I just thought it was best for me not to put it out there. But we used ivermectin on cattle. I mean, it killed grub worms in them. It killed internal parasites. It was a fucking wonder drug. None of our cattle ever developed cancer. None of them, we didn't have any weird deaths. Nothing ever happened. And it was it was on our go-to list of modern medicine advancements. The reason why we have better health now than when they did, say, in the dark ages, where 1 out of 3 women died in childbirth. You know, I'm not one of these guys that everything is bad, like every vaccine is bad. I'm not. Again, it's extremes, man. The two things can be true at the same time. But yeah, that telling everybody that ivermectin was poisonous and it was going to kill you and it was this, that, and the other, and it's like, then later on they find out, well, yeah, it does this, and this, and I'm like, and you lied to everybody. Again, we're back to that lying thing. Like, you lied. It wasn't, you didn't look in the camera and say, I don't know, or I'm not sure. You lied. Yeah, Bill Gates the same way. He's another one that's he's starting to believe his own press writings. You know, it's what happens when you get that wealthy, that nobody speaks the truth to Bill Gates, because they don't think, they know, and it's true, that their lives, their personal lives, are better if they're friendly with Bill Gates. If you work for Bill Gates, you work for a foundation that he pays for, anything, he has an immense amount of power. So your children's lives aren't immediately beneficiaries or better because, you know, you run afoul of him. If anything, the opposite's true. That's why they say it, it takes courage to speak truth to power. But him and all these things I hear him putting out, see, I used to not give it a whole lot of credence until I saw just clips of him saying shit in his own voice. Shit like you were talking about food, or trying to turn everybody into vegans or all that shit. And it's like, and I knew from personal experience that he was a complete idiot. Nothing he was saying was true or made any sense. But it didn't matter. He's a fucking, the third most wealthy man in the world, and I'm just a drunken pirate. But I'm like, that man's lying. Yep. World Economic Forum or whatever it's called, or the World Health, WHO was World Health Organization, and all of those groups. Jim Carrey. I can't remember his first name, but Kerry, Senator Kerry, the one that's married to the heir to the Folgers coffee fortune or whatever the hell she is. He's another one, telling everybody that you should walk instead of riding a car, and then you ask him why he flies in his private jet instead of just sitting first class, and he's like, and his answer is always, but he's doing the Lord's work. He's so, once again, he's like an overlord. It's rules for thee, none for me. I am so important that I do need a Learjet, and it's because, and that's that shit of like, how do you live with yourself, dude? What I want to say is, do you really believe that shit, man, or is that just coke? Because I'm dying to know. Because we both know it's horse shit. If you really believed that our greenhouse gases and all that shit, you wouldn't be in a jet plane. You'd say, look, I got no choice but to travel, but hey, I'm important. I'll sit up in first class. But to say that every hour of your day is so valuable to mankind that you're allowed to be a polluter. It's okay if you pollute, because your pollution is for the good. And that's the kind of shit that I don't understand how people don't see through. Yeah, thank you, Tech. John Kerry. I put a post on Twitter and it said, essentially, I'm constantly mystified by how people of such low intellect, such simple minds, can rise to positions of power. And I think I even might have cited a few examples, but and it's the truth. I'm like, the evidence is clear to anybody who's being honest that a lot of these politicians are just really dumb. And I say, how does that happen? And immediately I was hit by somebody from the liberal left that said, yeah, Trump is an example of that. And they said, Trump and J.D. Vance, I think maybe they said, are both examples of that. And I thought to myself, do you think both of those men are of low intellect? And see, that's when you know there's a real disconnect there. Because you go, what kind of a person would look at J.D. Vance and what he's achieved and say to yourself, yeah, he's not very smart. Now you could say he's evil, or, he's a rapist, or you could say any kind of nasty shit. But how do you look somebody with a straight face and go, yeah, J.D. Vance, he's not very smart? I mean, the dude served in the military, which you don't have to be a genius, but you do have to meet minimum standards to serve in the military. And then he made it through college, which it takes dedication to go through college, even in today's life standard. Then, not just college, but I think Harvard or Yale. Then he managed to run for and get elected to a higher office. And I'm thinking to myself, you're saying that he's an example of someone who's lacking in a mental capacity. And the same for Trump. I'm like, say whatever you want about Trump. Pussy grabber, rapist, misogynist, hates women, abusive, whatever. If you think you can make an argument for that, maybe not. But I don't know how anybody in their right mind can say, yeah, he's just not very smart. But, I compare them to some of the examples that I cited, and you go, I don't know. I mean, you really want to tell me that Ilhan Omar has the same intellectual horsepower that J.D. Vance does? You really want to tell me that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is as smart and is experienced as J.D. Vance or Donald Trump? My favorite one is the congressman who said that the Guam was going to flip over. Can't remember his name, big black guy. Said that he was worried that we had too many military personnel on the island of Guam, that we were going to make it so heavy that the island itself was in danger of flipping over. A grown man said that to me, I would laugh in his face. I would laugh uncontrollably and ask him how he managed to make it so far in life by being so uneducated. But to think that a sitting congressman or senator could believe such a thing, you're like, no way. You're never going to tell me that man is as smart as J.D. Vance or Donald Trump. But you can't get these people to have a rational conversation or a debate, because I don't know if the truth is so bitter for them, or if it's just not, it's beyond not palatable. I guess it would cause them to reevaluate their entire personality, perhaps. I don't know. Again, do they lie to themselves when they're all alone, or do they just lie to me when they're on Twitter and X? Check below says, I'm biased, but I think the left doesn't like using the word evil. They like to call their opponents dumb or corporate interest. They think their modern liberal ideas are what's in. And it's a circle jerk. We got a picture of Joint Base Andrews, where Air Force One just landed. He's on his helicopter, which, whatever plane he's on becomes Air Force One. So he's on Marine One, I think, because it's a Marine helicopter. But it landed, and of course the Marines in their dress blues come off, and they are sharp as razor blades. And if that doesn't make you proud of your country, then nothing will. I don't care if it's a Democrat riding on it or if it's a Republican. The fact that that's how we roll in America should be a pride for every single person. Source of pride. Have a good weekend, Nana. I think I'm getting ready to sign off myself. I'm leaving a little uncharacteristically early. We've had a drama-filled day here, and we're trying to orchestrate some carry-out pizza and hot wings. I may be in Discord later on. If not, I'll see you funny people Monday bright and early. Peace out.
What they said.
Run faster than enemy. Big blast in them. Yeah. Sharper than run faster than big blast in them. Yeah. Sharper than
the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand.